What it do? Day number 2 of updates. This one, I don't know if this is going to be fun. Well, it's definitely going to be fun. But maybe a little bit long, stressful. I've got to check something real quick before I get started. An email, let's see. That. Oh, okay. Cruise, blah, blah, blah. Zero. 6. All right, that's all I needed to check. Man, y'all. I spent a little time this morning and yesterday taking a bunch of measurements. So, strap up. Buckle in. This is about to get very complex. Let's check our ceiling height. Oh. That looks right to me. Okay. Listening to Aura. Heaven, Aurora Heaven on YouTube. Ooh, nice, perfect, thank you. Lots of changes to make. I need to go ahead and make my trim profile though for the family area. I don't know what else I would call it. We're gonna do that first. I think we're gonna start making the trim pieces because I think that might be the fastest way to start making some decent progress. It's a lot to do here, but we're just gonna get started, and I'm gonna start drawing on the face of this wall. Let's maybe do it here. I took measurements, a bunch of measurements. I don't have my camera set up in a way that it's easy to see, but maybe I can try to do that. Let me see if I can do this without my camera getting in the way. That way you can at least see what I'm looking at. To some extent. First, I'm just going to start making these like squares. Squares, steps, however you'd want to say it. You know what? I think this whole thing might be easier to do in Affinity Designer. I'd like to see how the scale translates. All right, let's do this with lines. You know, I don't know that I can use like a, you know, I think, okay, never mind. I don't know if it's an option to like draw lines with measurements here. Let's see, click and drag, shift to constrain, right mouse to create a straight line, alt to ignore snapping. What do you mean right mouse? Okay, never mind on Affinity Designer. That's not going to be the best way to do this. Although creating those curves would be rather nice. So I think what we need to do here is use this tool that lets me take these two edges and give it a offset. So let's say 1/4. That's fair. Although I would have expected this to be a little more high quality. But it definitely did what I asked it to do. So let's do this again. Let's keep trying that method. Yeah, Affinity Designer definitely could knock something like this out of the park, but I don't think you can draw lines by size. I'm going to do a quick Google lookup real quick. It's possible to draw a line with a fixed length, 53 millimeters, another say 65 millimeters, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's possible as long as the lines are straight lines, no curves in it, there's a single line function for the pen tool when you have to use the move tool in the transform panel to select the lines you drew, check and correct the links in the transform panel. Let's see, transform panel. Okay, so I can technically draw with lines inside of Affinity and modify their length when using the transform panel, I guess. You know, so let's go. Everything is in pixels with 441 pixels. So let's say this is going to be 6/16 of an inch. This might be good. This might be good. So let's go 3/4. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. Because I can't exactly just connect all these lines. But we'll try and see what we can come up with. Okay, 0.5. This one needs to be boom, boom, boom. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, so Alt and Control will duplicate a line. Good to know. Oh. So let me go to document setup. We're working in dimensions. Let's say document inches. DPI doesn't matter, I don't think. But now it's going to give me inches. All right, so this one, 165. So let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one needs to be 0.5. All right, change the document to inches. 1. Promise this will all make sense in just a little bit. so if this, my theory works, I should be able to, in Designer, connect all of these. Not sure. If I press C, I should be able to curve this. Ah, yes, it works. So this is why I like Affinity Designer. I use Affinity Designer and sometimes, and then SketchUp, and then Unreal Engine. In Affinity Designer, it's so much easier to work with curves, where I can go and just ever so slightly add curvature to this. And this is going to be a profile. See how far we can go with this one. We might need to take it almost all the way. It's basically going to be a profile for the trim that goes around the top edge of the living room area. This one needs to be rounded. So what I might try to do is just create a circle here. Let's set it to transparent. Let's grab a little 1-point stroke. And, let's try to scale it and see if we can somewhat get what we're looking for. And this should actually be pretty easy to accomplish, to pull off. All I have to do here, I believe, is put this where I want it. So let's say we're gonna go a little deeper into this side of the trim here. Gonna have this kind of dip upwards. And then I'll grab, let's say, a knife tool and let me think how I want to do this. I'm gonna cut this. Let me set this to a curve. Let's go to the intersection and add a point here and here. Let's use the knife tool to just cut this open. And then go back to my, I thought that would have cut it. Okay, it did. So after I cut it, I need to select those points and then separate those, break the curve. Then I can select and delete them. Perfect. Now let's do the same thing here. Press A, draw a point there and there. Cut this, or I don't even have to do that. Select this and break that curve, just delete those. Now I can select all of these and close, well, not close, we should be looking for join. So let's see, close curve, smooth, join. Kind of worked. C. What? Let's delete that. Okay, now C should do what I need it to do. There we go. That's what we're looking for. I'll keep it like that. I think that's good. This goes here. It's kind of sharp on that corner, but we're going to give it a little bit of curvature. This one definitely curves down in there. This one's a little more sharp and I think that pretty much gives us the exact profile we're looking for. I'm going to take this one, I'm going to move it over like this. I'm going to say something like that. Looks good. All right, and this is our trim for the crown molding at the top of the ceiling. Just to demonstrate what this is and how it works, what I'll do, I'm actually gonna take this really quick. We're gonna click A. Well, no, that doesn't matter. What we'll do is Control Alt Shift S. I'm gonna save this as a SVG. And if you can't really hear me because of the music, please let me know. We're going to take this, save it as an SVG, export. We're going to go into, well, technically this project started off as Zeppelin's room, which is the room that our computers are in. He sleeps in this room. We're going to save this as crown molding. I don't know if it's M-O-U-L-D-I-N-G or M-O-L-D-I-N-G. I think it's just M-O-L-D-I-N-G. And we're going to save this as an SVG. We're going to go into Google Chrome and we're going to search SVG to DXF converter. And select that file. Let's go into the folder, crown molding, double click it, convert. And once that's done converting, we'll download it, save it to the same folder. Let's go Zeppelin's room, crown molding DXF, save, minimize that, minimize this, and all this stuff that I just drew here in SketchUp, I can delete it. We're going to change the location of our axes by hitting Control Shift A, and I'm just gonna choose a random place on the concrete out here for my axes to be. Red is kind of forward facing, green is the side, and then blue should be up. All right, our new axes. That way when I import a DXF file, it'll show up right here on top of this concrete pad. All right, Control S to save. And file, import, crown molding DXF. Close. All right, let's see where it's probably big. It's very big. And that is a little bit of a problem. We might need to scale this by 0.1. So scale 0.1. Let's move it here and then rotate it. -90 degrees. And I think we need to scale it again. So 0.01 might have been better. So let's bring it back to 100. I think, I don't know, 0.1, maybe it was 10. I think that was the original size. And 0.01 looks like it might have been more appropriate. But let's go in here and take some measurements. Or I can just, let's draw out the lines really quick. We have 2.5. Okay. I don't remember what the original scale was, but I'm about to re-import this and then see what I need to scale it to once I do. Wow, is it 0.03? That's some strange scaling from yeah, that's strange. Don't know what to think about that one. Approximately 0.03. That doesn't give me, you know, an actual something that I can actually go by. But we'll take this. We're not going to get too carried away with trying to make it as accurate as possible, but this is close enough. So basically what I just did was I took all of my measurements of the width of the profile from left to right, and I drew lines to add those measurements up, and then I used those lines as a reference to scale what I just imported from Affinity Designer to the appropriate size based on, you know, the real world size inside of SketchUp. I don't know why it ended up importing so big, but if I measure this, this is 5 3/8, 5 inches, 5 3/8 inches. So let me double click it, draw a line from here, and then a line down. Oh, there we go. I'm actually going to explode this and then make it a group again. Okay, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring this all the way around to here somewhere. I need to... Ultimately, what we're going to do is do a push-pull operation, and it should turn into something like this. Let me undo that. Let me grab it, Control-Shift-H. Grab everything except for this line, and the face. Right-click and weld the edges. And then if I push-pull, it'll be smooth shaded. Okay. So we just created a profile to go over the corners of the ceiling in this living area. All right. That being done, I need to make a couple of changes to this space. I've got some measurements that I took somewhere. I need to look for those real quick. Alright, wall. Ceiling. Loading. And this is what I spent the last maybe couple of hours, I don't know, doing something like a couple of hours. We have all the wall measurements, all the door walls and doors. What is this? These are walls. Okay. This is hallway. My terrible attempt at creating a floor plan. By the way, this is the house that I'm in right now. I'm doing the floor plan. I started with this room that I'm in right now and then worked my way out towards the other rooms. And then we're doing the whole floor today. Let's see. These are doors, fireplace, cabinetry, countertops, drawers, doors, cabinet doors. Okay. Trim. Smoke detector. Ceiling above stairs. So from the trim, we got 44 and 1/4 inches. So I need to take this, I'm going to copy it from this corner to this corner, and then draw a line. Let's go up first, and then go 44 and 1/4. Perfect. So, how we're going to go about this, I'm not totally sure yet. Let me draw a line over to this wall. And our trim, let me copy this trim piece again from here. To here, and then move it this way. Our trim should stop here. All right, so how we need to do that? Let's rotate it and copy it at the same time, 90 degrees. Boom, boom. So I think the best thing to do here would be to draw a line. Let's go here first. And then this way around the edge of the ceiling, which I don't think the ceiling is even supposed to be this high. And now I need to go and take a measurement of where that ends. All right. I see it. I see it. It's going to go to this corner. Before I continue, I'm going to grab this trim piece, copy it from here to here, and Q to rotate 180. Now, how? Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, what I have to do here is draw a line from here to here to here. Okay, so now I can delete this trim piece, these two, these reference lines right here, this trim piece. You know what? I'll keep this one. And we're gonna move it from this corner to here. And now I need to move it down to the height of my ceiling, which is the top of this line. I'll triple click this line I just created. We're gonna Control X to cut it. Double click into my trim and Control Shift V. And that's a shortcut I think I created in my shortcuts panel. Okay, so it's a little higher and it's at the height. The trim is at the top of my ceiling, where the ceiling is gonna be. I'm gonna right click, and I don't think I need to weld these edges. Or do I? Let's weld it and see what happens. Let's weld it. And then we'll go to Tools and Follow Me. And we're gonna click on the trim. And there's our trim for the entire interior. Let's do a Control Shift H. And it basically went exactly where I wanted it to. Now all I have to do here, Control Shift H, is push pull, and then let's bring this back to there. Delete that line, and I'm gonna draw a line in all of my corners. All I really have to do is copy the line. So let's move, control, grab it at this point, and then just copy it over to each of the corners. So maybe I didn't have to weld the edges, but I think welding the edges is what lets the push-pull operation work. So when I place these on the corners, it unsoftens these corners and turns them into hard corners. That's about as simple as I can put it. When they're softened, it basically means there is no corner. And that's what happens when you use a welded line in a push-pull operation. I'll test and see if I can do a push-pull without using any welding. So let's say we have a rectangle here and a line that goes here, here, here. Let's triple click that, Tools, Follow Me, and yes, it does work without joining it. Okay, so good to know that we did not have to weld this, which means all of our corners would also be intact too, which I might want. So what that looks like is if I select all of this, deselect this face, delete it, or double click to deselect the face and edges, delete. Let's make sure that these edges are welded. Right click, weld edges, grab that. So let's take this, let's explode curve. With the curve selected, tools, follow me, and then now it's automatically gonna have those corners. And that looks a lot more satisfying, I think. So push pull, let's push this over to here, delete this line, and let's see if there's anywhere else that I need to do that. Control Shift H, let's push this back to here. Control Shift H and get rid of this line. Now I can triple click my reference line and delete it. So the reason Control Shift H that I had one line going here and here is so that we could get this profile to wrap around from this point right here, because we use the back of the profile to push the profile around the ceiling. All right, if that makes sense. So I started with Control Shift H, this piece of the profile here, and our reference line basically started at the back of this corner, and it came from this way, and then it went around the edge, Control Shift H, of our ceiling. And it used the back of the profile and followed that line from the back of that profile based on where I positioned the profile in the model. All right, but I wanted this to extend through the wall so that I can go back and correct it. And if I didn't extend it through the wall, it would have ended. I'll just show you. Rectangle. Move. It would have ended probably like right there. And then I'd have to do some trickery to get it to make this corner. All right, so we want that profile edge to go back this way so that this corner can automatically be generated, and then we'll get rid of it. And then from the inside, you know, I will go and add my ceiling again later, but I now have the entire crown molding that goes around this room. Real quick, I think what I might be able to do is mirror my camera. For some reason, my music stopped playing. I can't tell if that's something, if y'all can't. It looks like y'all can hear it too, but I can't. Probably because I'm using mirror mode. Ah, voice changer audio device. I just restarted my music for no reason, but okay. Mirror your phone, iPad screen to this computer. Let's see if we can do it. Keep your phone and computer on the same network. Make sure phone access, blah, blah, blah. Next. Screen mirroring to this computer. Let's go down to screen mirroring. I'm not ready to see all that stuff. Real quick. see if this is going to work. Damn. I don't think there's anything that I need to approve. There we go. Okay. Mouse control. Read the tips for use. Quality and device sound. Record screen. Live stream. File transfer. Not trying to do any of that. Free trial. Blah, blah, blah. If I can't do this, pretty sure I bought this at some point. Oh, look at that quality. Garbage. Okay, there we go. Let's go video. All right, let me unlock my orientation, and this might actually change it. Quality's not the best, but I'll take you to let you see what you're looking at, what you're about to be looking at. So, to put it into context, that's what I'm modeling right now. And I've got the walls a little high because the ceiling is going to be placed in here and joined to the walls so that in Unreal Engine we don't have any light peeking through the cracks. Now I've got to update these. So let's do that whole process again. I gotta Google that. Is it crown molding? Okay, it is M-O-L-D-I-N-G. But I think in different parts of the world, people also use molding, M-O-U-L-D-I-N-G. There's no difference except for the spelling. Molding with the U is the British spelling, while molding without the U is the American version. I thought it was something like that. I knew I wasn't crazy. All right, so crown molding. Now let's do the rest of our profiles. I've got one that I need for the top of the doors. Wait a minute. 10/16. This is 6/16. I actually love this method. Nine inches, damn. Let's see, what was that? Didn't take a measurement for that piece. So let's go figure out what it is real quick. Or did I? No. Oh. Hmm. All right, I think that about knocks it out of the park. And that, for the most part, is the entire profile, which means I can get rid of this and draw a line from here to here. It's so weird going from like program to program because I'm trying Boy, shit. I'm trying to use the SketchUp keyboard shortcuts. And then I'm trying to use Unreal Engine shortcuts to like navigate in the viewport. I'm just like, what am I doing? Okay, so V, then A, and then join curves, V, A, join curves, and then here, this is going to be like the top part of the door, so all I have to do is press C, and I can start shaping this bad boy up. Now, something is a little odd. Never mind, no, it's not. But maybe it is. Let's see. Let's grab a line. Set it to 1/16. And I believe that this was supposed to be the height. Yep. Okay. Makes a lot more sense. Let's see, boom, boom, boom. And then let's go ahead and bake this appearance. We're going to grab these two edges. We're going to use the transform tool to stretch it up like this. And then A, I'll be able to grab this. Let's see, A, and pull this one down or delete it. And that gives me the profile for the top of the door. Now, what is the bottom supposed to look like? V, click A, C, and this is the only thing that I think needs to be curved. And that's it. Okay, that being done, we can now export this. And let me take some measurements. We'll do that in SketchUp. Control Alt Shift Save. I'm going to say this is an SVG, and we're going to just call this door trim or molding. And of course, we're going to go back here, add more files, find the door molding, convert, download, save. Let's go back. Before I import it, I need to know how tall it is. So let me draw a line and just use my measurements. 10, 16. All right, that's my reference file. We're gonna save, purge unused, sure, file, export, import, and door. Double click it, get rid of all of that. I'm gonna draw a line from... Is that not connected? Odd. There to there. And another line from there to there. Take this, move it here, Q, and then scale. Let me undo that. Let me see what the scale ends up being. Yep, somewhere around 0.3 is what it is. Or 0.03. But we're going to use this method. We're going to keep it at this method. Now, at the top of... Let me go and figure out where this is supposed to go. So we're gonna have to do multiples of these. So let's move this one from this point here and then grab it again just to make sure we move it from the right point. We're gonna put it back at the back corner of not this, but actually here. I'll go and double click into this. We'll do a push pull, grab this. Actually, no. Let's try it from the top and see what we can do. Can we get it to break itself? So break yourself, fool. Let's try it from here. And then let's go back. I don't like that I can't just delete it. Control Shift H. Control Shift H. All right, every door in this space will have the same, in this room will have the same design up there. Control Shift H. Let's push pull. And so getting rid of the trim that I don't need, because all the interior rooms have a different trim design. Control Shift H. What are we looking at here? Okay. Probably was not supposed to do that to this one. So let's delete these. Control Shift H. Let's grab this and mirror, control, copy, move from this point to here. Control Shift H, and then repeat that process. P. All right, as you can notice, all of my doors are inside of one mesh group. And when I export this to bring it into Unreal Engine, it'll act as one static mesh. And I'll add one material to the whole static mesh. All of the door trims are going to be in one mesh. They're going to act as one mesh instead of a bunch of different mesh pieces, right? So let's go back, Control Shift H, and let's escape, Control Save, and let's grab this. We're going to go into that group, Control A, move, Control, and then we'll copy from here to here and rotate it 90 degrees. Copy it from there to here. Rotate it 90 degrees. Copy it from here to here and here to here, here. To here. Rotate it 180. And then I'm going to go outside of this group. So let me think how I want to do this. Yeah, this is fine. Escape. Let's draw two lines real quick. And those lines are going to go from here to here. This one will go all the way to the wall. I'm going to triple click that, Control G, double click into that group, and then draw the rest of the lines that I need. So this one line will go from here to here to here to here. Escape. Draw another from here to here to here to here. Escape. These are the lines that I'll use to do a follow me operation. Escape. Then another from here to here, here to here. Escape. One more here to here and here. Control A, and I'm going to move everything just up. Doesn't matter where. Control X, escape, double click into my group, Control Shift H, which has all of my profiles in it. And then Control Shift V, which is a shortcut to paste in place. And I will triple click this set of lines to isolate the selection. Go to Tools, Follow Me, and then click on the profile. And then click on the second profile. Let's try that again. Tools, Follow Me. Perfect. Triple click, Tools, Follow Me, and then we just repeat the process. Tools, Follow Me. One thing I probably forgot to do, what I should have done, so let's, yeah, I probably should have did that first. I'm gonna undo those real quick. And Let's do, select all the profiles. And then go in here and unselect these back corners and the face. Miss any? Yeah, one. Let's see if I can do a mass weld. Weld edges. Perfect. I think that will fix my problem. Now, let's triple click this again. Tools, follow me, and that looks so much better. By the way, I just keep my finger on the space bar so that after I do a follow me operation, you'll see that the follow me tool is still active. I need to deactivate that by pressing spacebar and then select my guideline again, then go back to tools and follow me to re-enable the tool. Because when I select these lines, and I go to tools and follow me, if I use the tool, you'll see that the lines are no longer selected, and I need to reselect those lines to let the program know that I'm trying to reference that line to extrude my profile. And a profile is basically a side slice view of an object that is typically three-dimensional. It's the two-dimensional view of that three-dimensional extrusion. Perfect. Now I can select all of this, 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 and this, and delete it, Control-Shift-H, and you'll see that I got the profiles above my doors. The only thing I'm missing now let's see. I probably should draw these lines in here where it's solid at, but I don't guess that is that big of a deal. But now I need to go into the trim here, and honestly I probably deleted something that I could have kept, but it's no big deal. Let's push pull. I'm gonna hold down Control, and then I'm gonna push this up basically to there, and then hit Control again. I'm gonna bring this all the way to this edge. Control Shift H. Now I can optimize this by deleting these lines. And we're going to need to do the same thing. Control. Push this up to this top point. Yep. Just double click to repeat that process on one of these other trims. I think we have everyone that's in that room. Now I'm going to hit Control, and then we'll push this over to here. Same thing with this. And repeat the process. Looks like we went a little too high for some reason. Double click. Double click. All right, now I can go in, grab these extra unnecessary lines. Get rid of them. Control Shift H again, and then escape, Control save. Don't know what purged, but there we have it. That's a very good looking door. So I can get rid of this reference line again. And I think what we imported as a component. Therefore, every time I go to save, it asks me if I want to purge that component since it's nowhere in the scene anymore. But this is already a great start. Oh, that's a lot of work. Now, frames, floor. I will have to eventually get around to doing the floor. For now, I'm going to leave it. And let's see what's next. Oh, trim. That's a good idea. So now I need to design a new trim. But my cabinets, I haven't measured for the placement of my cabinets, I don't think. Let me think of how I want to approach that. I know that there is a smoke detector in another model. Is it in the model or is it in just in Unreal Engine? Ceiling above stairs. We got that. We got the trim. 15.5 inches. Let's see. So let me draw a line from here. 44 1/4. Okay, that looks about right. Let's see. Okay, line. This one's gonna go up 15.5. That and that and that. Let's draw a line from here to here and up to here and close it off there. All right, this is where the ceiling needs to basically be cut out from here to here. Let's grab this line, let's move it and copy it over to here and then do a push to here. I'm gonna make that a group, and this is what we'll use to cut our ceiling out when we're ready to get to that. The reason I wanted to do this is because I think we need to push this trim back just a hair. So I'm gonna go double click into this. Let's see, let's grab, can we only grab these edges and move it just, yep, we move it just a little bit. All right. Oh, it's gonna look so good. It's gonna look so good. I can also take this one and do the same. Just a hair. Save. All right, we got the ceilings kind of ready. Let's see, from trim to the wall. It's the location of the smoke detector. Some smoke detectors are approximately 105 millimeters by 59 millimeters. This one is more likely though, 5.6 inches by 2 inches. So real quick, I'm going to go and add this. Let's grab a circle. What are we doing? Radius? Let me just grab a line. 5.6. And then let's draw a line here to be 2 inches. We want this to be 48 segments. And let's push it out 2 inches. Let's group it, and we're just going to call it. Let's not group it. Make it a component. Great. Now I know from this wall back, smoke detector is 10.5 inches away from the corner. From this wall down, from the trim down, it's 7 inches. So I can move this here and here, and that'll give me a reference for where I can add my smoke detector later. It looks kind of big. Oh, it is kind of big. I know why. All right, when I find my smoke detector model, we can replace it. All right, let's see what's next. I'm just going in the flow of everything I've written. Let's group those, and this is door molding. Let's see. Three inches. How deep is this? Maybe it's 1/4 of an inch. Oh, that's 1/4 of an inch. We're going to assume that this is 3/16. this is going to be the baseboard that goes around the cabinetry on the bar side. So I need one that's 1/16 and one that's 5/16. And that's, for the most part, what the trim looks like. Let's select all, join, and C. Now let's start modifying it. Let's grab these two. I would say that's pretty accurate. I don't think there's much curvature here, but we'll just add a little bit to be on the safe side. I think it is pretty curved. And that's one part of a baseboard. So this is going to be the baseboard that goes around the cabinetry on the back side. And let's see, what is this one? Got a few. For the stairs. You know, this is going to be easier than I thought it would be, because if you have to use SketchUp to make these profiles and kind of guess at the radius of the curves, it'll take you probably 5 to 10 times longer to accomplish what I just did right here, I think. So let's go on to the next thing. I need to figure out what this is. This is the stairs. Right? I think so. All right, so let's grab a line. Looks about right for the profile we're going for. And this is going to be for the stairs. So let's grab all these. A, join, C. Grab both of these. See how close we can get to something a bit reasonable here. Let's bake the appearance. And I want to see if I'll keep it like that. We don't need to get too technical. But there's the base of my stairs. Or this is, I don't know how to explain it. I guess I'll just show you when I get there. Let's see, what other profiles do we need to create? Because while I'm here, I'm just going to go ahead and do them all. Okay. Ooh, this one looks like it'll be a fun one. The first pillar. So 4.5. That's going to be a big one. Let me think. We need one that's also 16.5. What? Oh, that's the length. 3 7/16. The length we don't need to worry too much about. We just need to get these two profiles created. First one is going to be, looks like this goes 4 inches. Okay. Figure out the design of this one. Basically gets cut in half. 4/16. just take this, bring it up to about there. Okay. Did kind of do this one backwards, so I'm going to flip it. A, select all of this and join, and then C, this needs. Yep. Although something does look quite strange. I think the width of everything is going to play a big part here. So we'll move this here. A. Let's bake appearance. I think that'll be all right. And then this one. Okay. That's correct. We just know that the width needs to be this one. All right, so that gives us one of the profiles for our pillar. We need to duplicate this, and we have to have a second version. Let's flip it. And I think before I flipped it, I should have, let's go P. Can I click this and break curve? And then V, and click this and delete it. Yes. So let's take this, flip it, connect it here, grab that A, select both of those and join curves. this gives us the second variation of that, which need to make a minor change. Okay, there is two profiles. So A, click here, P, join that. Profile number 1, and then V, click this, A, move this, shift. P, V. All right, two profiles done. I'll keep those there because I need to use this line as my reference for how wide those are supposed to be. This gives me the width of my bottom pillar. This gives me the width of the middle pillars. And then now I need to make the top profile. So let's grab this and this. Let's save this real quick. I'm gonna save this in our folder as profiles, just in case power goes out, computer crashes, something weird, who knows. Now, okay, let's start with this 4 and 2/16, 1/8, 4 and 1/8. I wrote all my measurements down in 16ths. Height of this one is 0.5. Hmm. 1/4. 1. 3, 4, 5/16. 3/4, and this one needs to go here, and then like this. Okay. So outer, this one definitely goes in, and this one goes in as well. Now, widths. 4 2/16, 4 1/8. This one is 4 and 14/16. 5 3/4. Also 5 3/4. and then 4, and then 1/4. So I need another one that goes 4, and another that goes 1/4. Let's take all of those. Wait a minute. Oh, 1 and 1/4. Let's center these. All right, now. Well, hell, I don't even need. Well, I guess I need to do this. Thinking out loud, y'all. Thinking out loud. All right, and that gives me the top part of the pillar. Just need to grab all of them, go into here, join curves, and then C. This one feels a little bit off, though. Nope. Guess it is 1/4. There's no way it's that big. Okay, it must be. Let me go double check. A good tape measure really does come in handy. That's correct. That's accurate. I could create a line in the middle of this. Well, let's just go like this. V. Center it. And take this and move it to there. Take this one also. And that fixes that problem. This all goes to the pillar. Save that. So, man, we're knocking these profiles out. I think this is all very cool. Let me draw a couple lines real quick. And let me set them to be, one needs to be, let's see, 14, did I measure that? Looks like I might be missing a measurement. Yep. Okay. 23.5. It's pretty big. I need another. That is 16.5 and one more at 5 3/4. Beautiful. So, without being too boring, I'm going to do maybe one more profile, but this one's, whew. This is, well, two more profiles. Two or three? Do I need three? I need three. Oh. I kind of want to say the best one for last. Okay, let's do a couple of easy ones. Save it. And this needs to be 4 3/4. Three-fourths, 1/4. Five sixteenths. Four and 1/4. I think that just kind of speaks for itself. That's A. Select it all. Join edges and C. Bake. And then let's take this. Smooth it down like that. Okay, a little bit strange, but I think that's what it's supposed to be. Okay. Knocking these out, y'all. This is very interesting what we're doing here. Okay, let's see here. 2s and 16ths. Another that is. Let's put this one. Let's make one of them 2. .5. Okay, 2 again. Maybe this one should be 1. 11/16. Let's try that. All right, we'll go with that. And then 1 3/4. All right, we're building a profile now for the handrail, the primary handrail. Now I need to get the heights, so I need to grab one of these, move it over, rotate it, and this one's going to be .3/4. Okay. Oh man, this is a lot to consider right here. I'm looking at the picture. I don't know if you guys can see it that well, but this. the center, and this one should go there. I believe this one gives me the width of. Okay, so this is the bottom. How high from there does this need to be? Let's try 3/16. Another 7/16. All right, now it's starting to kind of make sense. Now, somewhere down here is where this one needs to warp. Okay. Let's see. This will act as the center of everything. All right. Let's combine all of these. A, join curves. C, and I do believe we wanted this one to somewhat be curved. So I'll move this down just, whoops, a hair. Let me see how we want to accomplish this. Let's just shift up and see what we can do with this. I see. It's got to look a little something like that, I think. It would be helpful if, let me just move it over like so. If I could somehow combine these two, can I join these two curves? Join them again and see what happens. Okay, that's more like it. That's what I needed right there. Okay. Now we got to kind of do the same thing with this. Looking for something a little more like this, but I'm going to make an executive decision and just kind of bring it in a little more. And we're going to handcraft this one a little bit. I think that's probably good enough. And that gives the exact profile for the handrail. One of them anyways. There is another one that I need to create using this as a bit of a reference. Don't know that I measured the other one, just kind of guesstimated it. So I'm just going to copy this over, grab a rectangle, throw it about right here, say halfway between there, select both of these and use the subtraction tool, and this will give us our other handrail profile. C, and let's give this a little bit of rounding on the bottom. And bake that. 2 handrails, and they are looking kind of nice. Next. Oh boy. It feels like a lot, but you know, I think once this whole video is, once I'm done with this interior scene, this work that feels like a lot of work can then be replicated throughout other parts of the house, and it'll, moving forward, will be much easier. Now this one's the hard part, but I think it's something that we can tackle. Let's start up here. No, let's start at the bottom. And we'll do, just grab a rectangle. Grab another one. This one's going to be 9/16. Doing this one backwards, that's all right. 2/16. 16ths. Four 16ths. Again, I measured everything in 16ths. I'm not trying to use any extra brain processing power to redact and reduce. So another 5/16ths. Then let's grab this line, and this one needs to go how wide? 1.5. How wide is this whole thing? To next post, to trim end. The width of this whole thing is 1 3/4 inches, so I need to move this one down. And let's grab this one and center it. I call bullshit. 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 1.5? There's no way. 1 3/4 inches thick? Okay, then. Maybe, but I don't believe it. 5/16ths. Okay. Maybe it is. Hey, maybe it is. We're just gonna roll with it. Let's say that that's correct. This one goes up 2.5. No. Okay, yes. One and 9/16ths. I think I can just shape this one. go with that. Oh, I don't know what I'm looking at here. 15 16ths. Not totally sure there. But this is 1 1/16 wide, so that can be helpful. Okay, I think I kind of understand what I'm trying to accomplish here. Hmm. 3/16, and this is 1 1/4. Right? No. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Okay, it like doesn't make sense on the screen, I'm sure. that's a long one. Okay, 14 3/4. So 1 9/16 wide. And then it gets up to 1 inch wide at the top, which is crazy work. But okay. We're up at the top, 1 inch wide, and then the bottom part repeats itself. So what I think we have to do now is get these all connected. Delete that and select all of this, join them, and let's start modifying. Pretty sure that's supposed to be a little more rounded. Let's see what we can come up with. I honestly believe I did something wrong here. I think all of this is actually supposed to go like this. We're just going to decide that that's how it's going to be. Get this a little more of a bent shape here from the bottom. I think we need to delete that and just manually sculpt it. I like it. I like it. I think. Yeah. Alright, I like that a little better. It goes up, meets this corner. This needs to be shaped like that. And I want to say this needs a bigger bulge. This is a much longer part. Let's take this. And I think after here and here, plus this piece, is where we need to disconnect and duplicate. So I need to take, let's say, grab all of, well, actually grab this and break curve. Yep. Copy this, flip it, and this one is supposed to go here. And that's where it flips. Let's see. I have a question from somebody and I need to look into it real quick. Don't remember which account I used, but let's figure it out. Branding. Cancel. Normally log in using your email address, password. You want to log in Google instead. Disable your Squarespace. Yep, let's do that. Confirm this change. Email verification code. And we are looking for naturalist. KLMN. Yes. Okay, I think this pretty much wraps this part up. The only thing I have to do now is draw a line here, center it, and then transform this to be cut in half. Grab all of this and join curves. Grab this curve, press P, and close this loop. Jeez, now that was a big one. I do want to make a modification to this though, so we're going to use the transform tool to... you would think that would work. Let's transform it like this, and then all right, this isn't going to be absolutely perfect, but damn, when it's done, it's going to look kind of good. I do know that I need to figure out, though, most of this has to be rounded. So I need to figure out, I believe what I will need to do for this part is stretch these two out. First, let me draw a rectangle just to use as a reference. Grab this, select these two parts. Bring them down out like this. And then pull this one down. Oh shit. All right, y'all, I'm just trying to do some wizardry here. That gives me the height I need. And this will give me the width I need. Get rid of this one. And now I know. Let's see. This basically needs to come down like that. Have a little more of a curve to it. Something to that effect, I think, is what we're going to be looking for. Let's bring this down, curve it a bunch. hell? I don't know, man. You know, actually, it is more likely to be something like this. And it's going to get cut right about here. So this would make a lot more sense. Cut here. Let's go with that. And let's figure out what the original width of this was supposed to be. And let's cut that width in half. So let's grab a line from the top, throw it out here, set the width to 1 3/4. Okay, and then let's draw a line at the center, P. Okay, and then from here, this thing basically needs to be cut somewhere along, for shits and giggles, let's say, boom, probably about here. So let's take this. This will make a lot of sense in a few minutes. All right, let's go with that. I know this doesn't make sense right now, but Try to trust me. Try to trust me. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. We got more profiles that we do need to create, but for the doors, but I'm not going to get to that just yet. I'm going to go ahead and save this and then save it as a SVG. We're going to do, this is probably all related to the stairs. Got a couple crown molding, but we're just going to call this one stair profiles. Convert. Haven't taken a look yet, but I will as soon as I get a chance. I'm actually live streaming right now. Save that as stair profiles and then go back into SketchUp. Let me save. And let's figure out what the highest part of this is. I'm going to use that as our reference. This is 23.5 inches tall. So I should be able to use that, 23.5 inches. What I'll need to do is grab a line from here and 23.5. Let's go File, Import, and we'll do stair profiles. And let's take this, delete the edge, move this down just a hair on the green axis. It over here. Now let's move this whole thing to this little point and then scale it from there. Do then is draw a line from here on facing group. Can I there? Do a little trickery. Exact size, just what I needed. Okay, now this is where it starts to get a little bit fun. These two I didn't have to cut in half. Don't know why I did. This one I did need to cut in half, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. No, I don't need to cut it in half actually into a circle. Let me think of how I want to do this one. Need to make it a rectangle, square. Okay. this and copy it. Control to duplicate 90 degrees. I do believe it is a square, so we're just going to take part of this. And let's move this up. And then I should be able to get this. Actually, here's something I can try. To there. And I can use the inside lines to do a tool, follow me, and let's undo that real quick. Let's right click, weld edges, now tools, follow me, and that gives me much closer to what I need. Let's draw a line. Here. And then I can delete these faces. And that's exactly what I needed for that profile. So that part goes to the door. Let's take these two, move them up, rotate them 90 degrees. And then again on green axes. And then control, rotate on the blue axes here. Delete these two lines. Actually, I can use those to fill the space. And those are the profiles for my rails. But we're probably going to do a follow me on this. So let's deselect these two lines, or just those two. Right click and weld. So this bottom piece is welded, this top piece is welded. And let's weld this. Maybe except for the bottom. Weld. All right. You'll see what I'm going to do with that one shortly. Now for this fun part. I need a line that is 1 3/4 inches. And I need to move it from the move it from the center here. Now I'm going to take a circle on the green axis. Let's copy this line from here out, delete that one. Set this one to, let's try 48. Let's see if SketchUp can handle it at this scale. We need to create a line to fill this in. Let's make sure this one's also straight up here. Now I want to select everything except for this back face, this bottom, and anything that's kind of a sharp edge. Let's say these. And this. And this. You know what? Let's deselect all of that. All right, right click. I don't really want this one to be in there either, so let's manually deselect all of this. Weld edges. Let's grab all of this. Weld. Grab this. Weld. And this is going to help give it a good edge wherever the 90-degree angles meet. Weld. Weld. Now I can delete this outer edge of the circle, and I should be able to select the circle. Let me save it first. Tools, follow me, and grab this. And that gives me a really nice profile. I want to convert this to a square, so I'm going to copy and rotate. I'm going to move the whole thing up to here. That's the size it's supposed to be, but I think I might have kind of messed up on one part of this. Because that's the appropriate scale. The whole thing just isn't. Well, I don't know. I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. So let me move this down. See if we can find the center point, which I think is just going to be here. We might have to do an intersection. So let's grab a line, throw it in here. Oh, something didn't connect here. Let's just undo all of that real quick. why that didn't work. Maybe it's because it's too small. Tools, follow me, click it, and yeah, it could be too small. So what I'll do real quick, from probably, let me think how I want to do this. Spacebar, select these three, put them in a group, double click into it, Control Shift hide, scale, Control A, scale from here, and let's say 10. Actually, before I do that, I'll copy it over, scale this one, and we're going to go from the corner to 10. Let's grab this, tools, follow me, and this should do what it's supposed to do now. Now select all of this, plus this and this, and scale it 0.1. Now I can group that as one object, and then take this rectangle or this line and redo what I was about to try to do. Let's try to center it. Make sure it's centered here. And push it through. Group it. And then select both. Go to Tools, Solid Tools, Intersect. And it almost gives me the effect that I was going for, but something is just slightly off. Let's, I think I have a kind of a general idea of what it is, but let's see if we can Control X hide this. Let's see if we can take this. Can't really scale that, but I may be able to scale these. Try to go something like 1.5, 1.5. So let's do that. 1.5 comma 1.5, and Control Shift paste, and let's see what we're looking at. Oh, it didn't scale from the center. There we go. Now this isn't, I don't think this is going to give me the result I'm looking for. Something I've got to figure out exactly how Maybe it will. I don't know. Okay. Point eight. Let's try that. Point eight. This could be a lot closer to what we want. Let's assume that that is, and let's see if we can Control Shift H. Maybe scale this down just a hair. Let's go 0.9, 0.9. Nope, not what we were going for. Control Shift. There we go. Control 0.9, comma 0.9. All right, that might give me a more desirable result if I go Tools, Solid Tools, Intersect. Oh my gosh, it's so close. It's not quite hitting the mark. Well, let me see. Okay, very close. Not quite there yet. I think I need to rescale this part again. Let's go 0.9, comma 0.9, and let's maybe see what that looks like. Tools, Solid Tools, Intersect. So that almost gives me what I want. I think that's a lot closer to what we're looking for. But I do remember that rectangle is supposed to kind of sit right here and cut into the design. I don't remember exactly how I was supposed to accomplish that, but somewhere I screwed up. And that's okay. Sometimes we just gotta go with the flow and figure shit out as we're going. What I'll try to do though is let's grab these. See if I can scale these down. How destructive is this gonna be? Yeah, this really kind of tears it up. This is what Blender is really meant for doing stuff like this. And although it just might not be that necessary to do this, but I'm gonna just see what it does. I'm gonna go 0.85. No, but definitely completely breaks the whole thing. I think from a distance you won't really be able to tell that I don't like it. But let's make a rectangle here. Let's push it out to the other side. I'm at a point where I don't even know what's the top and bottom anymore. There we go. So this was supposed to curve out to here, and I don't quite remember what it was that I needed to do to make that happen. We're supposed to get some curvature here and cut some stuff out, but I had it in my head how I was going to make this happen, and it's probably a lot more simple than I'm making it out to be. Probably. Now I'm in my head just thinking, what would the SketchUp solution to something like this be without using a plugin? Yo, I am wild for doing this right now, like this. But check this out. Yeah, I promise you, I have this in my head. Let me look at it. I think I know what can be done. So the way that this was supposed to go is here we go. This is what we'll do. I'm going to take this whole thing. I'm going to draw a line here. Oh my goodness. Okay. Check it out, y'all. I gotta have some big W's if this works like I think it will. We're gonna kind of undo what we did by creating an intersection here. So we're gonna go tools, solid tools, intersect, and this will give me my profile again. And one of the mistakes that I kind of made was I didn't, so let me extract this, copy, Control Shift paste, and grab this, and I'm going to move this whole thing over like this. All right. One of the mistakes that I know for a fact that I made, let me grab this too. Move. Is that I didn't actually curve this rounded edge that I had here. So to do that, I think what I need to do is take this, draw a line in the middle of it, grab it all, rotate it from the center 45 degrees, and this line right here is where that curve needs to come out to here. So from here, let's just assume that I have a circle. Let me try to see what a circle is going to look like here. That's something that I can work with. Let's take this circle. Let's do 14 cuts or 14 edges. Let's delete the rest of these. This is some roundabout, like real crazy, weird stuff that I'm doing right now. This is 1000% not the way to do this. But if it works, right? Now, here's where I screwed up. I did not have a curved line. Let's see, arc, 2-point arc. Let's try 2-point arc. Going from here to here. So let's maybe do from here to here. I can't really, won't let me curve it the way I want. What? That's more like it. What? What? Is it too small? Why is it doing this? Okay. We got to do this whole thing again. Not the whole thing, but you know what I mean. Scale to 10. And that way, you know, SketchUp's limitations are just stupid. So let's create an arc, a 2-point arc. And let's go from, let's try from here. I don't know, I think it needs to be deeper than that. That's what I was missing right there. All right, so what I need to do is move this and copy it, rotate it here. Excuse me. And then move it from this point to here. Reverse his face. And delete these 2 lines. This was, yeah. That's right. All right, looks dumb. Maybe, I don't know. But that's where I screwed up. I didn't create this outward arc. That's what I was trying to figure out in Affinity. Brain fart. All right, it's not that serious. So, assuming that that was my problem, what I should be able to do now is take this newly created profile after I draw a line here and here and here and here to then get rid of that and duplicate this. Rotate it 180, reverse the faces, and then move it back here. Okay. Take this, rotate it back 45. Draw a line in the center of this. Double click this, get rid of one side. All these are going to have to be welded. All right, y'all, don't take my advice. But definitely take my advice. The advice you shouldn't take is to just, well, I guess you probably should. Wing it when you don't know. Like, just always remember, here's a better way for me to word this. There are 6 different ways to do literally everything. 6 different ways to make $1 million. 6 different ways to have a debate. 6 different ways to cook a meal, a specific meal. Six different ways to draw whatever you call this thing. You can draw a box 6 different ways. You can draw it point by point to get all the corners. You can draw a face and extrude it. You can draw a line and copy the lines until you have all the lines you need for the box. What's another way? I don't know. You can draw a pyramid, and if it's in the right shape, you can draw enough of those pyramids until it becomes a box. Right? You get where I'm getting at? Like, there's 6 different ways that you can accomplish same shit. So, probably the words that I live by and that have helped me the most in this creative journey. There are always 6 different ways that you can do these things. Now that I got those edges welded, I'll go ahead, tools, follow me, and rotate this, and we should have a much better experience this go round. Now, I believe that's centered. Let's delete the circle. Make this a group. Do a push through. And make this a group. And then tools, solid tools, intersect. Now that, look at your boy, God damn. Shit. Genius. 0.1. So we screwed up, but we recovered. And it might not be the most accurate, but it's pretty much what we were going for. It's what we want. And it's going to look nice once I put it into context. Now, for this. For these. Way a little bit, and let's copy them, rotate, put them together. Let me think of how I want to do this. I can do it probably from here, so I'll grab a rectangle. Let's group these. Go into the group. Draw a line just through all of them real quick. And just delete these. Draw a rectangle. Actually, let's draw another line here. And R. On the green axes, we'll do a control and shift. Actually, control, and then I'll say this should be, how big is this? We don't need it to be huge. One-fourth, comma, one-fourth. All right. Delete that, delete that. And then I will, from, let's say from about here. From this midpoint. Get rid of those. Get rid of this. And I think there are a couple things I'm going to want to weld. So let's do that. Weld edges. Let's grab all of these and weld that whole thing. Let's grab all of this and weld. Let's grab our square tools, solid or no, follow me, and let's warning. The path that you've chosen does not begin or end on what? Not sure what that means exactly, but real quick, looks like I need to scale this up by 10. So let's control A, scale. Let's go 10. And let's just redo it. Tools, follow. Tools, follow again. And the choosing cross section unexpected results made. Okay, that's fine, whatever. Tools, follow. Delete this. And control A. Well, first, real quick, what I'll do. Tools, view, hidden geometry. Okay. View hidden objects. Okay. No. Now let's delete those holes. Control A, scale 0.1. And then let's move this whole thing. Let's pick a point, doesn't matter. Alright, it's all gonna start to come together here in just a few minutes, I promise. Group, X, paste, copy, paste. All right, let's grab this and move it here. Group, and last but not least, group, all right, and this part of this was part of the stairs. So this right here, where are we? Needs to be turned around. Give it a quick 180. Oops. This needs to be quickly draw a couple lines here to use as references. Okay, so we're now getting this to exactly where we want it to be. And I'm loving it. Let's go back to my line. This one needs to be upside down, so this one goes now we need to figure out how tall. I think that's something we can figure out at some point, how tall this one piece was. We know that from here down it's 7 5/16. This is supposed to be 9/16. I doubt that it is. But let's just draw a line out. And let's go down 9/16. Let's take this one down 7 5/16. What up, buddy?
I got pink.
Woo!
Pink boy.
Pink boy! Congratulations! How many days is that in a row? Monday,
4.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
4.
4. Awesome. You get treasure chest or no?
No.
That's all right. Well, what kind of snack you gonna get today?
Donuts.
For real?
Yeah.
All right, little man got a pink today at school, which means his behavior was top notch. That's 4 days in a row. We struggled a couple weeks.
Well, I'm going to be good for every day. I told you.
I'll be right back. Let me go get little man some donuts. Congratulations. because I don't want to get the futon dirty. So cool. So cool. Little dude got pink again today. Yeah, we definitely struggled for a while. Look at that, y'all. I did that in SketchUp. I knew I was doing something right. It's not the most beautiful. Could use a little work. But fuck it. I'm not going to complain. The thing is, we don't know how high this is supposed to be. Primarily because it intersects with the stairs, and then we'll just have to cut it later. Which is all right by me. Let's go ahead and grab this profile. This does have to have a little bit of a squaring, I think, squarage to it. So, I don't know that I measured how wide that stair is. So I got the profile created. It is a certain distance from the first step. These are for the windows. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some more measuring. Little man is probably gonna want to talk while he's in here. So I'm at a point now where I'm going to probably just turn the music up a little bit and finish what I can. Here we are. I hope that y'all have enjoyed so far what I've created. Using just, kind of imagination, my mind. I'm gonna go take a couple more measurements, but let's get this done.
Thank you.